We welcome you to Jurgensen Park here for the first game of a doubleheader between the Creighton Prep Junior Jays and the North Platte Bulldogs. I'm Colton Alder, joined alongside Jack Moore to start. Battle between two teams that have kind of gotten off to a rough start this year. Creighton Prep starting 4-7, North Platte starting 3-7, but looking to get some big wins in a doubleheader today. Oliver Goebbels takes the mound for the Junior Jays in this one.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a better day for baseball. It's 60s, sunny. It's beautiful.
Not too hot, not too cold. Breaking ball from Goebbels gets a swing and a miss from the leadoff man, Jackson Peters. Goebbels just outside there. Count goes 1-2. Now the 1-2 breaking ball got a swing and a miss from the leadoff man, and Goebbels strikes out the first batter of the game, one gone.
Strikeout brings up the pitcher number 2, Creighton Johnson.
Caden Johnson, who is the starter for North Platte on the mound, and this one steps up to the plate. First pitch from Goebbels in there for a strike. Jack, this year you've been coaching the freshman baseball team. How has that been going so far?
Watching a varsity game, it's a little refreshing to see a bunch of strikes thrown and all of that. You know, we're up and down to freshman baseball, but you know it's a blast. So
yesterday, big win against Millard West, correct?
we played Scott yesterday, but that makes it 3 in a row, and that's a streak. That's a streak.
Exciting to see the freshman team getting some wins. 1-2 from Goebbels to Johnson, a bit high, ball 2. Our cameraman for today's game, Jason Wiest, also a member of that freshman baseball team. That one fouled back by Johnson. Count goes 2-2.
It's making Goebbels work for this strikeout here. After the first one came, it looked pretty easy.
Still a 2-strike count, and Johnson puts it in play. Fly ball center field. That one will be caught out there by the center fielder, Teddy Stratman, and there is 2 gone here in the top of the first.
Talking with some people, I've heard that water covers about 68% of Earth. Teddy Stratman covers the other 32%.
Remember that saying back in the day with Lorenzo Cain on the Royals?
Oh, yeah.
Now the 3-hole hitter in McIntyre steps up for the Bulldogs. He hits a ground ball to second. Birchfield over to Cosgrove in time for the out. A quick 1-2-3 inning for Oliver Goebbels. We'll be back for the bottom of the first here on CPSN. A quick 1-2-3 frame for the Junior Jays righty. back for the bottom of the first here on CPSN. A quick 1-2-3 frame for the Junior Jays. Oliver Goebbels in the top half of the first. Now it will be Creighton Prep coming up to the plate. Logan Birchfield leading off here today. He recorded the final out of the inning with a ground ball hit to him.
And he does the same thing and hits a grounder back to where he plays at second.
So one second baseman grounds out to another, and that is out number 1 in the bottom of the first. First pitch to Charlie Ziola, hit in play. Another grounder to second, throw over to first, not in time, and Ziola beats it out for an infield single. So Junior Jays aggressive early, swinging at the first pitch, and a base hit for Ziola puts a runner on with 1 out.
A senior assassin target, Tony Caniglio, up to bat.
I don't know if you want to be disclosing that information.
It's all right. Tony's not watching. He's playing.
That's true. But he'll look to avoid getting eliminated and also get a hit here. Takes strike 1 from the North Platte righty. Pick off. Over to first, not in time.
Rumor has it that if you try to pick someone off a third time, it works even better. So
It's true. See if they do that again. Instead, they throw to Caniglio. That one low for ball 1. That one popped in the air over to right. Long run just out of the reach of the right fielder Tyler Townsend, and that one goes foul, count 1-2. One, 2 high, count goes to 2-2. Foul back by Caniglio, count goes to, remains at 2-2.
great at bat here from Tony. Battling with 2 strikes, exactly what you want.
Already pitched number 6 to the Junior J catcher. Puts it in play on the ground over to second. It's Hanneborg yet again over to first. In time for out number 2. That moves Ziola over to second. First 3 at-bats have ended with ground balls to second.
Second base is hot today, I guess.
The last 4 at-bats between these two teams. Ground ball to second base. But Junior Jays still have a runner on due to Ziola beating one of them out. And now with a runner in scoring position, it's the Nebraska commit Braden Cato up at the plate. Takes a first pitch low and away for ball 1. The Junior Jays last game, Cato got the walk-off in the bottom of the 7th against Westside with a ground ball up the middle. Brought in a runner with the bases loaded to win that game 4-3. He'll look to get the first run of this game in early. Swing and a miss. Count goes to 1-2. One, two in the air. That will drift foul. Count remains 1-2.
Again, another Platte batter extending the account, fighting off strikes, hitting some foul balls.
Now pitch number 5 on the 1-2 count to the Junior Jays third baseman. Time was called. Johnson had to stop in the middle of his windup.
As a pitcher, I do not like that call, but he'll give him a good pitch here.
Look to bounce back on the 1-2. High for ball 2.
Guess I'm wrong.
The 1-2 to Cato, or 2-2 to Cato, gets it in the air, into the gap. It goes down for a hit that will score Ziola easily. Peters' throw into second will not be in time. And an RBI double for Braden Cato puts the first run of this ball game on the board. Junior Jays lead 1-0 early.
Cato stays hot, and another guy looking to stay hot, Jack Cosgrove. I mean, we asked him in class. He multiple homers. I don't know where this came from.
Yeah, our fellow J-Journal and CPSN member, Jack Cosgrove, up at the plate. He's hit 2 home runs to this point in the season. Both here at Jurgensen Park. Wind blowing a little bit out. So potential for another one here. That's outside. Count goes 1-1. One Cosgrove fouls it back. Count will go to 1-2. Cosgrove on the year hitting .258 with a pair of homers and 7 RBI. Fouls that one back.
Again, another guy keeping him bat alive. Give himself a chance. Take a pitch.
After they put the ball in play on the first pitch in each of their first 2 at-bats, Junior Jays, with their third straight at-bat of at least 5 pitches against Johnson. That one hit on the ground to third. Some trouble with it over at the hot corner. Throw across. Gets away. That will score Braden Cato pretty easily, and the Junior Jays now lead 2-0 on the error over at third. That will go down as an RBI for Cosgrove, even if it's not ruled a hit. And the Junior Jays take a 2-0 lead. Cal Anthony, another Nebraska commit, up at the plate. Pick-off throw over to first. Cosgrove gets back. So correction, that will not be ruled an RBI, but does bring in a run regardless.
Extending the inning, that's all you need.
Now Anthony in a favorable count to extend the inning even more. Count 2-0 against a guy who's shown that he can do a lot of damage when he gets a good pitch in the strike zone. Hits that one on the ground, foul along the first base line. Count goes 2-1. Two one in there for strike two. Now another long at bat for the Junior Jays against Johnson in the first, as they've really made him work to try and get it out of this inning. Another pickoff over to first, but Cosgrove gets back yet again. Two swing and a miss. Johnson gets out of the inning with a punch out. Junior Jays get two across. One of them earned a Braden Cato RBI double, and then Jack Cosgrove bringing home a run on an error over at third, and the Junior Jays take a 2-0 lead here on CPSN through one. We'll be back for the second. Creighton Prep and North Platte. First game of a doubleheader. Don't go anywhere. Back here for the top of the second, Oliver Goebbels out for his second inning of work. Pitched a scoreless top of the first inning as he set the North Platte Bulldogs down 1-2-3 to start off the game. His first pitch to Landon Greeno in the top half of the second goes for ball one. That one runs inside for ball two. Be Landon Greeno, Ty Hanneborg, and Logan Hayes due up for the Bulldogs this inning. Greeno hits a drive in a deep right field. It's going to be caught by Anthony. Some good defense over there and right, and that goes for out number one.
Stepping to the plate for the Bulldogs, second baseman number 4, Ty Hanneborg.
Hanneborg's got a lot of action in the field early. Let's see if he wants to join Birchfield and hitting to his fellow second baseman.
First pitch, high for ball one. As you mentioned, Hanneborg been busy out in the field. First three Junior J at-bats resulted in a ball being hit to him. Made the throw over to first against Logan Birchfield and Tony Caniglio. With Charlie Ziola, he hit the ball on the ground and was able to beat it out for an infield single. Later came around to score on Braden Cato's RBI double. Hanneborg looks at one outside, and it goes to 2-1. That one hit on the ground to second. Birchfield has some trouble with it, fires over to first. It will not be in time, and Hanneborg reaches. I guess they probably rule that an error. We'll see, though.
Well, he hit it into his fellow second baseman.
Yeah.
So second base.
That's a good call, Jack.
I mean, I'm a natural, I guess.
Yeah. That one being ruled an error. Pickoff over to first, and Hanneborg gets back. Another pickoff throw over there. Both teams being very aggressive when it comes to trying to hold these base runners. Gooble's first pitch, a breaking ball that loops back in on the inside corner of the plate for a strike. Another pickoff over there. But Hanneborg getting back yet again. Logan Hayes, the shortstop, up at the plate. Another pickoff. That's 4 already.
Yeah, Hanneborg's getting a pretty solid lead over there. The Wolves wants to keep him honest.
That's
And they
35, and they got him this time. So they kept throwing pickoffs over there, but Hanneborg's lead just a little bit too big, and Gooble's gets him. Great pickoff there to eliminate the threat on the base paths. Now Gooble's settles back into the man at the plate. Hayes takes ball 1. Breaking ball swung on and missed. Count goes 1-2. That one outside for ball 2. Two foul back.
Doing the same thing as Prep did in the bottom of the first, keeping the bats alive.
2-2 on the ground, but that will also...
Nice play by the North Platte first base coach there. As a coach on the bases, that's the highlight of your day right there, making a play.
Stellar glove work there over at first base coach. Hayes fouls that one back, and he's working a long at bat against Goobles. Really making him work for this one. Pitch high for ball 3, and now a full count to Hayes. Goobles sets back in. Breaking ball, got a swing and a miss. Goobles gets out of the inning. Not quite a 1-2-3 inning, but he does face the minimum. Junior Jays lead 2-0. Halfway through the first. We'll be back for the bottom of the second here on CPSN. Back here for the bottom half of the second inning, Junior Jays with a 2-0 lead over the North Platte Bulldogs. Through the top half of the second, it's Max Petro, Garrett Anderson, and Teddy Stratman due up for the Junior Jays in this frame. Petro steps up. This is only his third plate appearance of the season thus far, and he takes ball one inside. Swing and a miss. Count goes 1-1. Swing and a miss. Count goes to 1-2 against Petro, who gets to start at DH in this one. One, two, clips the inner part of the zone for strike three. And Johnson will get his second straight strikeout, and that is out number one here in the bottom half.
Jays, the shortstop, number 9, Garrett Anderson.
Garrett Anderson steps up to the plate. Takes strike one. So far this season, Anderson hitting .333, highest average on this Junior J team. He puts that one in play, trying to add to that average, but he hits it to Hayes, who fires over to Greeno over at first for out number 2.
Now batting for Creighton Prep, center fielder, number 16, Teddy Stratman.
Quick 2 outs for Johnson as he faces the 9-hole hitter in the Junior Jays lineup, Teddy Stratman, who gets to start at center field today. Takes ball one low and away. Stratman gets a hold of one in the left. That one will be caught for out number 3. And Johnson with a quick 1-2-3 inning in the bottom of the second. Through 2, Junior Jays lead 2-0. We'll be back for the top of the third here on CPSN. Back here for the top half of the third, Junior Jays still leading 2-0. Oliver Goebels back out for his third inning of work. They see 7, 8, 9 hitters in the North Platte lineup. See right fielder Tyler Townsend leading off the frame for the Bulldogs. Takes ball one. Townsend with a bit of a half swing there, ends up just fouling it back to the screen. Count goes 1-1. Takes strike 2 in there from Goebels. 1-2 high. And
Gooble's stopped in its motion, just like Jonasson in their first inning. So both pitchers got the same thing.
And he comes back with a breaking ball on that one for a punch out. Townsend down on strikes. And there is one gone here in the top of the third. So Gooble's bouncing back after the late time. And there's one gone. Strike one to the left fielder, Cade Songster.
Songster made a good play at the end of that last inning to take a hit away from Ted Stratman, and he gets one of his own here.
First hit of the game for the Bulldogs as Songster rips that one in a left field for a base hit. And the Bulldogs have a runner on with one out for the third baseman, Connor Stifler, excuse me. And curious if this is a situation where they may try to bunt to move the runner up for the top of the order. A pickoff over to first does not get Songster, and the first pitch from Gooble's down low for ball one.
After Hindenburg got picked off last inning, you could look at Songster's lead at first. He's getting a little closer to the bag here.
North Platte being a little bit more cautious after seeing that Google's has a good pickoff move in the first. One 0 up high for ball two. On the ground, foul back, and the count goes 2-1. Good pitch by Goobles to get that one in the strike zone on 2-0. This count goes 2-1. Pick off over to first, not in time. Another pickoff. So the Junior Jays really paying a lot of attention to these base runners. Breaking ball went around. Count goes 2-2. A great pitch there from Goobles. That was way outside and still got a swing and a miss on it. Count goes 2-2. Another pickoff.
Doing anything to keep that runner out of scoring position there.
Junior Jays don't want to surrender a stolen base here. Hayes has 9 of those on the season, but a punch out from Goobles against Stifler goes for out number 2. And the runner remains on first with 2 gone in the top of the order coming back up. Breaking ball just outside, throw down to second in time to get him. A great throw by the catcher, Tony Caniglio. And once again, not quite a 1-2-3 inning, but Oliver Goobles faces the minimum in the top half of the third. He's faced the minimum through 3, and the Junior Jays lead 2-0. We'll be back for the bottom of the third here on CPSN. for the bottom half of the third inning. 1, 2, 3 hitters for the Junior Jays due up in the bottom of the third. It'll be Logan Birchfield leading off the frame, grounded out to second on the first pitch. His first time up. Takes strike one from Johnson there. Count goes 0-1. That one hits the zone for strike two. Johnson losing his hat on the mound over
You know he threw a good pitch when he lost his hat there.
That one up and in for ball one. Remember, summer between my sophomore and junior years, did some work for the Corn Belt League. I don't remember the name of the pitcher, but there was a pitcher for one of the teams that would lose his hat every pitch he threw.
That was Oliver Gooble's freshman year. We had to put stuff in his hat so it would stay on.
Appears that he's got that issue figured out. Haven't seen him lose his hat yet today. Now Johnson just missing on that one. Count goes 2-2.
Birchfield, another Pratt batter, keeping an account alive, fighting off with two pitches, just trying to see as many as he can.
Pitch number 6 already to Birchfield. Swings and misses on that one. A punch out of the leadoff man for Johnson. There is one gone here in the bottom half of the third. Strikeout number 3 for Johnson. His first pitch to Charlie Ziola outside for ball one. Ziola got an infield single his first time up and then came around to score on an RBI double from Braden Cato. Swings at the 1-0 and gets that one down in the right field for a base hit. Gets past Townsend. Ziola running. He's going for 3. No, overslid second. Looks like he was going to try and go for a triple, but ended up holding back and gets back to second. But Ziola 2 for 2 so far today, and the Junior Jays have a runner in scoring position with one out. Caniglio, who threw out the runner on the way to second to end the top half of the third, takes strike one. Hitting 300 on the year heading into this game. Swings at that one on the ground. A third. Stifler has it. Fires a cross throw high, but Greeno able to get that foot back down on the bag just in time, and that is out number 2. Very close play over there, but North Platte just able to get the out. And now a similar situation to the first, and North Platte not
intentionally walking Cato.
Yeah, not making the same decision as last time. They're just going to put the Junior Jays RBI leader on first. And that brings up Jack Cosgrove. Cosgrove, as we mentioned earlier, has hit a pair of home runs this season. North Platte will pitch to him with 2 on and 2 out. Force play at either first, second, or third. A possibility for them here as Cosgrove takes strike 2. The 0-2 swing and a miss. Johnson loses his hat again, but a great pitch to get out of the inning. Back-to-back scoreless frames for the North Platte righty. as he gets out of a jam. Junior Jays still lead 2-0 through 3. We'll be back here for the top of the 4th on CPSN. Top of the order due up for the North Platte Bulldogs here in the top half of the 4th. Jackson Peters up at the plate, struck out his first time against Goebbels, was up at the plate to end the top of the 3rd, but didn't get to finish his at-bat as Songster was caught stealing by Tony Caniglio to end that inning, and Goebbels getting off to a quick 0-2 count against Peters. Sells in the 0-2, another breaking ball, swing and a miss. Back-to-back punch out to the leadoff man. Caniglio's throw sails over Cosgrove's head, and that will go into right field. Peters strikes out on 3 pitches, but ends up on second anyway due to the throwing error. Already a lot of errors so far. That's the 4th between these two teams, 2 for each side. And North Platte gets their first runner in scoring position of the game. Now a dangerous spot for Goebbels. Johnson takes ball 1. Then he takes strike 1. Pitch down and away for ball 2. There was a little bit of wind at the start of this game. Looks to have completely died down. That American flag out in center field, not moving much at all. Count now 3-1 to Johnson. Swing and a miss. And now a full count. Google steps off. Three-two taken on the outer part of the plate for strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts for Goebbels, and another errant throw from Caniglio trying to get Peters on the base path will allow him to move over to third. So Goobles has not allowed a ball to be hit in play this inning and struck out both of the first two batters, and yet he faces the situation of a runner being on third.
The oddities of baseball right there.
Yeah, the thing with baseball is really anything can happen.
Yeah.
Very strange inning so far. Goobles looking to get out of it.
Did not go on the swing there.
It's McIntyre due up. Hits a grounder to third. Cato not able to cleanly field it, and that will be an error over at third. So already the third error by the Junior Jays this inning, and that brings in North Platte's first run of the game. And it is now a 2-1 game.
Stepping to the plate for the Bulldogs, the first baseman.
Thomas Haggart pinch running for Dean McIntyre over at first. That brings up the first baseman, Landon Greeno. Pick off over to first, didn't get him.
Again, North Platte, a team that likes to run. Goobles wants to keep them on first to avoid runners scoring position and in runs just like that.
Another pickoff, not in time. First pitch. And the throw down to second, not in time. Haggart with the stolen base. Might have had a chance to get him, but the throw just a little bit wide, and he's able to sneak in there. So now the count 1-0 to Greeno with a runner in scoring position. That one up high to Greeno, excuse me. Now Goobles falls behind 2-0 in the count. Breaking ball gets back in there for strike one. That one fouled back. Count goes 2-2. That one blooped in the air. It'll be over the head of Anderson and drops. Anderson trying to get the runner over at third, and they do get Haggart trying to move up 90 feet. And so, oddly enough, Goobles does not get an out on a strikeout, but he does get an out on a hit.
Yeah, Garrett Anderson with a great play there, going all the way from covering the bag at second to a little blooper and making a great throw to third base to Cato for an out.
That goes for ball one outside to Caniglio. To Hannaborg, who swings at that one, hits it in a shallow right over the head of Birchfield, drops for a hit. Anthony gathers it, fires over to Anderson, but no out. They can get on the base paths.
Another weak contact ball, but just over the head of Logan Birchfield there.
Single by Hamburg. Brings up the shortstop, Logan Hayes.
And a mound meeting between Goobles and his catcher. Coach Pat Mooney heading out there. Curious if Goobles will remain in the game.
Google's already at 20 pitches this inning after throwing just over 40 through 3.
Exactly 60 pitches so far, and even as the head coach comes out, which is usually an indication of a pitcher being pulled, Goebbels will remain in the game. He's pitched well this inning, but 3 errors and 2 hits on bloopers into the outfield. Have resulted in this being a longer inning. Hayes up at the plate for the Bulldogs. One 0 just outside. Count goes 2-0. That one clips his own for strike 1. It's a big at bat here. As Hayes takes ball 3. So Hayes worked a 9-pitch at bat his first time. On 3-1, fouls it back.
Doing more of the same here.
Second at bat with a full count to the Bulldogs shortstop, who has already seen 14 pitches from Goebbels so far. Three-two breaking ball on the ground to third. Cato over to Cosgrove in time for the out, and Goebbels gets out of it, only allows 1 unearned run as 3 errors and a pair of weak contact hits get the first run across for the Bulldogs, but the Junior Jays still lead 2-0 through the top half of the 4th. We'll be back for the bottom of the 4th here on CPSN. Back here for the bottom half of the 4th. Thank Jack Moore for being on the air with us for the first 3.5 innings. Now Mike Knockenhauer taking over in the booth alongside me, Colton Alder. Bottom of the 4th here at Jurgensen. Creighton Prep leading 2-1 over the North Platte Bulldogs. It will be Cal Anthony, Max Petro, and Garrett Anderson due up for the Junior Jays in the bottom half of the 4th.
It's been a lot of very sloppy baseball here so far. 3.5 innings in so far. 6 combined errors between these two, including 3 just in that last top of the 4th for the Junior Jays. It's really going to need to be something that both of these teams clean up, as this second half of this first game, and especially the second game of the doubleheader.
Anthony hits that one in the air into the gap, and that ball is going to land over the head of the center fielder and Peters. Anthony going to third. That is going to be his 3rd triple of the year. and the Junior Jays have a runner on third with nobody out.
Perfect way to start the fourth inning. Cal Anthony just lifts that one over the head of the center fielder, gets all the way to the warning track, and with his speed, able to fly his way all the way around the bases. Lead-off triple, and some insurance for the Junior Jays just 90 feet away already.
That one landing up along the wall. And it gets the Junior Jays a big-time scoring opportunity. First pitch to Max Petro goes for ball one. Petro struck out his first time, just his fourth plate appearance of the season. But he's looking to maybe bring in his first run here, or at the very least get on and keep no outs in this inning. Count goes 2-0 to him. That goes for strike one. Both of these pitchers have thrown a lot of strikes so far. Goobles with 40 strikes on 66 pitches. Johnson with 36 strikes on 50. Petro puts the ball foul there, and the count goes 2-2.
As you mentioned, only the fourth plate appearance of the year from Petro. It's definitely good to see these guys that haven't had as much time at varsity getting a lot of these at-bats and these plate appearances, because it could really be the future of the team.
Petro takes that one for strike three. Johnson already with his fifth strikeout, a combined 11 for these two starters so far. Infield shifted in against Garrett Anderson, who will look to bring in a run here. Junior Jay's leader in batting average heading into this game. Shows bunt, puts it on the ground. That will score a run. Johnson fires over to first for the out, but a very productive out from Anderson as he brings home a run for the Junior Jays, and their lead gets back up to 2.
Doesn't get much better than that for Garrett Anderson. A push sacrifice bunt was pulling everyone away from home, and he really made that difficult. There was almost no chance that the Bulldogs were going to be able to cut down Cato at home. Does its job, 2 outs, but the RBI sac bunt gives the Junior Jays a little bit of insurance as they go back up by 2.
Teddy Stratman steps up to the plate. 9-hole hitter, but his first time up got some good contact on it. Lined out to left, put some good contact on that one, but just flies out to center. Johnson gets out of the inning facing 4, but the one batter he does allow to reach base gets a triple and then comes in to score on an RBI sacrifice bunt from Anderson. Junior Jays lead 3-1 through 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back for the top of the 5th. Back for the top half of the 5th. Junior Jays lead 3-1 through the first 4 innings. Oliver Gooble's back out for inning number 5. Throws strike 1 in there to Tyler Townsend, the right fielder. Goobles gets a swing and a miss. Count goes 0-2. His line through 4 innings. 3 hits, 1 unearned run, no walks, and 6 strikeouts. Throws that one in the dirt for ball 1.
Pitch 70 upcoming here for Goobles. It's been a pretty efficient day, as you said. The only run that he's led across, unearned. But if he's able to get through this quick, there might be a 6th inning in it for him.
Gets a swing and a miss from Townsend there. That is strikeout number 7 for the Junior Jays righty. That is out number 1 here in the top of the 5th. Goobles entering today allowed just 1 earned run in his first 8 innings of the season. And he absolutely fooled Songster on that first pitch. That one was pretty much right down the middle, and Songster motioned as if it was going to hit him. Then he gets a swing and a miss on a breaking ball outside. The 0-2 gets a 3rd straight swing and a miss on a breaking ball. Caniglio gathers his throw over to first, is wide, but that was going to be a really tough throw, so I don't know if they'll just call that an error or a strikeout wild pitch.
That one was difficult because Songster's bat was drifting over to the right along with the ball, and it made Caniglio's play a little more difficult. That definitely hindered the Junior J catcher's ability to really get a good handle on the ball. He had to kind of rush his throw, and it eventually pulls Cosgrove off the bag. But there's, once again, some defensive struggles from the Junior Jays. That one doesn't go as an error, but still a mishap, as it's the 2nd time the Bulldogs have reached on a drop 3rd strike. So something that they're definitely going to want to clean up going forward.
It's been some bad luck for Goobles out there with the 4 errors, and now the 2nd strikeout that's resulted in a base runner. Gets a 1-1 count against the 3rd baseman in Stifler. That one up high for ball 2.
Yeah, Goobles has recorded 15 outs, but only 13 of them have actually been completed.
Pick off over to first. Runner will get back. So the official ruling on that last strikeout is a strikeout and the runner reaching on a passed ball. So no throwing error against Caniglio there. Count 2-1 on the 9-hole hitter. Stifler hits that one into play, and that will get into right field as he goes the other way for a hit. And the Bulldogs have 2 on with 1 out in the top of the order coming back up. Josh Carney warming up in the Junior J bullpen.
As they're going to get a quick little meeting between Caniglio and Goobles. Carney had struggled to start the year, but he came in this week against Westside and shut things down for the Junior Jays. 2 scoreless innings in relief of Easton Laux. Eventually picks up the win. But now it'll be a full mound meeting as Coach Mooney comes out to talk with Goobles and his infield. And it looks like Carney will start making his way down, so I believe that could be the end of the day for Goobles, and it will be. So we'll step aside, and when we come back, we will preview the Junior Jays' new arm. Don't go anywhere. Top of the 5th. Here with 1 out, and Josh Carney coming in.
back here for the top half of the 5th inning. Oliver Goebbels goes 4 1/3 strong innings, and Josh Carney takes over on the mound with 2 on and 1 out. Carney pitched very well each of the last 2 seasons, at a 2.76 ERA as a sophomore and a 1.95 as a junior, but struggled to open off this season prior to his last appearance. But against Westside, went 2 innings, and after allowing a single to the first batter he faced in the 6th, struck out 5 of the next 6 guys and pitched 2 scoreless and got credit for the win when Prep rallied back to win that game in the 7th, won on a Braden Cato walk-off, and the Doan commit starts off the leadoff man Jackson Peters 0-2.
If Carney's able to really get a groove, this Junior J bullpen's going to look a lot different. It's been a struggle for this pitching to really get going, but it feels like they're starting to find a rhythm. And a lot of that is due if this guy is on point.
And he was on point on that pitch, gets a strikeout of Jackson Peters, who has struck out 3 straight times in the leadoff spot. And Carney gets the 2nd out of the inning, the 9th strikeout for this Junior J's pitching staff so far.
Yeah, Goebbels with 8 strikeouts through 4 1/3. He was really getting a lot of swings and misses. Carney's going to look to continue that.
That's a breaking ball that gets away from him to the backstop, and both runners move into scoring position.
Yeah, Junior J's to be careful here now. Like, tying run up there at 2nd in scoring position.
So a correction, that ball actually hit Johnson. So that will bring up Dean McIntyre, who steps up with the bases loaded and 2 outs. And a chance to do some damage here. Another ball gets to the backstop. Caniglio gathers, fires to the plate, and they got him! Caniglio to Carney, and they get Songster at the plate. Some strong defense from Caniglio as he picks up his pitcher there. A scoreless top of the 5th, an eventful inning, but North Platte does not get any runs across, and the Junior Jays still lead 3-0 heading into the bottom of the 5th. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here on CPSN. Bottom 5 here at Jurgensen. Junior Jays lead 3-1 against North Platte. Will be Birchfield, Ziola, and Caniglio, the top of the order, due up against Johnson the 3rd time through. North Platte righty has just 54 pitches through the first 4 innings. His line currently 4 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 1 walk, which was an intentional walk to Braden Cato, and 5 strikeouts. And Birchfield, who he's gotten out each of his first 2 times facing him, steps up to the plate.
Yeah, Junior J is really going to want to get something going here on offense. Obviously, have the lead, but would love to add to that, especially with the top of your lineup coming up. They really want to start digging into this pitch count of Joneson, as you mentioned already. Only 54 pitches through 4 innings. Junior J is really going to want to run that up here this inning.
1-1 from Joneson to Birchfield. He hits that ball in a left. Back goes Songster. That one's going to hit off the wall, and Birchfield will wheel his way into second with a leadoff double. Really got a hold of one there, and the Junior Jays have a leadoff man in scoring position.
That one's nice because that's back-to-back innings with a leadoff extra base hit. It was Cato last inning, or excuse me, Anthony last inning with the triple, and now Birchfield with the double puts the runner right into scoring position immediately. So now Ziola with a golden opportunity here to try and add some more insurance. As mentioned, Junior J is really going to want to add to this score as this game winds down.
Ziola showing bunt, gets that one down. Joneson over to first in time, and Ziola, who was 2 for 2 heading into that at bat, just lays down a sacrifice to move Birchfield over to third. And Tony Caniglio, the Wayne State commit, looking to bring him in. Caniglio also 0 for 2 on the day so far, but hitting 300 on the season. Infield shifted in on him, and he takes ball 1 up high.
Yeah, interesting choice here by the Bulldogs, moving their infield in. I'm assuming if there's some sort of hard grounder that they're going to try and cut down Birchfield at home, because they really want to maintain this lead where it is. They don't want to have to deal with any more of a 2-run deficit.
2-0 runs inside and hits him. So Caniglio gets hit by a pitch. And that puts runners on the corners and a double play potentially in order with Braden Cato up at the dish.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that puts the double play ball in effect. I believe that to be Ben Marquis, and at a courtesy runner over at first. Don't be surprised if you see Marquis taking off quickly here. Birchfield a lot of speed, so the Junior Jays might try to get a little shifty here on the base paths.
Marquis with a pair of stolen bases this season. Cato showing bunt, pulls back and takes ball 1. Cato drove in the first run of this game on an RBI double in the gap, and North Platte chose to intentionally walk him instead of facing him in the bottom half of the third. Pick off over to first. Marquis gets back. Cato leading the team with 14 RBI through their first 12 games now as he gets back.
Yeah, Marquis getting a big lead over there at first.
Marquis will need to be careful out there. Already seen a runner get picked off today. Cato takes that one in the zone for strike 1. Another pickoff over to first. Marquis gets back yet again. For the Junior Jays, any insurance run will be huge here.
Well, we're also changing, right?
Runner going. Cato hits that one in the air to center. Under it will be Peters. He makes the catch. Birchfield will score. Marquis scurrying back to first. And the Junior Jays lead 4-1 on a sac fly from Braden Cato.
So Cato does his job once again adds 2 more to his leading count of RBIs. And adds a very important 4th run for the Junior Jays, and now they got their biggest lead of the day at 3.
Jack Cosgrove, another one of the juniors in this lineup, steps up with a chance to keep this inning going. Another pickoff over to first. Marquis getting back. That one fouled back. Count goes 0-1. Cosgrove 0 for 2 today, but very dangerous once he gets a good offering. A pickoff gets away over at first. Marquis is going to try to move up to third, and he does.
That's really heads-up base running there by Marquis. That's a really smart play, as he didn't even think for a second. Coach Mooney over there at third was screaming at him to just round second and head for third, and he's in there standing up.
That went in the dirt for ball 1. It's Marquis now just 90 feet away.
And that's another error between these two teams. 4 for the Junior Jays, 3 for the Bulldogs. It's been a struggle out there defensively for both sides. It's been pretty sloppy baseball.
That one in the zone, fouled back by Cosgrove, and now the count goes 2-2. Cosgrove gets his bat on it, but it will drift foul over to the right side. In the words of former CPSN member Alex Tejan, I hope that didn't hit my car.
I did park pretty close, so I hope it didn't hit my car either.
Cosgrove takes that one for ball 3.
Hey, we've got what, at least probably what, 9.5 more innings of baseball to call? We got to get comfortable, right?
Yeah. That one taken for ball 4 by Cosgrove. That is the first unintentional walk that either team has drawn so far today.
That's a really interesting stat, but as mentioned, Junior Jays were trying to run the count up on Joneson this inning. They've done so up to, I believe, 71 pitches. There is someone getting warm over there in the Bulldog bullpen. Can't quite see who that is. Looks to be Jacob Kincaid.
This appears to just be a mound meeting, as Cosgrove will get courtesy ran for by Quinn Peterson, who entering this game has thrown the second most innings on the mound for the Junior Jays this season. And Johnson will remain in the game. He will look to try and get out of this inning. He will have a tough matchup as Cal Anthony, who roped a triple against him his second time up, steps up, looking to deliver another hit and to bring in another run. First pitch in there for strike one.
That looked like a pitch that Anthony wanted, so interested to see how he approaches the rest of this at bat. Johnson went right at him there.
Another pickoff by Johnson. Peterson will get back. Oh, one swing and a miss. And now the count goes 0-2 against Anthony. That's Johnson's 50th strike that he's thrown so far today. In just 73 pitches, he's done a good job putting the ball in the strike zone. Anthony swings at that one, hits it the other way. Back goes Peters. It's going to land in the gap for a hit. 1 run scores. 2-run score. Anthony will hold at second, and the Junior Jays lead 6-1 here in the bottom of the 5th.
Perfect baseball, perfect hitting there from Cal Anthony. That one was tailing left. It started towards the center field, but then it just curved its way right into the gap. And have yourself a day, Cal Anthony. He's got himself a double and a triple. And now add 2 RBIs. As now the Junior Jays with a 3 spot here in the bottom of the 5th. Really giving themselves a comfortable lead.
Max Petro up at the plate. The 1-0 to Petro results in a ball getting to the backstop, and that moves Anthony up to third. It was Ben Marquis and Quinn Peterson scoring on that RBI double. Petro takes strike 1 from Johnson.
Petro's been a struggle here so far, 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts, but got a guy on third looking for possibly a chance to do something.
Petro hits that one into the gap. Back goes both Songster and Peters. They can't corral it. That gets into the gap, and Max Petro's first hit of the year is going to be a triple that brings in another run, and the Junior Jays lead 7-1.
Just swap places with him. That one was hit super high over there. Ended up landing just behind both Peters and Songster out there in left center. And that looks like it'll be the end of the day for Johnson.
And Johnson's night on the mound done. He will move over to center field, it appears like. And the Bulldogs will bring in Jacob Kincaid to pitch. We will introduce him in just a moment and be back. Junior Jays lead 7-1 as they have already put up 4 in the bottom of the 5th here on CPSN. back here for the bottom half of the fifth. Junior Jays lead 7-1 as Garrett Anderson steps up to the plate against the new North Platte pitcher, Jacob Kincaid. Mike, what do you have on him?
So Kincaid through 7 2/3 so far. It's been a bit of a struggle, 10.04 ERA. He has given up 12 hits, 11 earned. He's walked 10 and struck out 9. But they bring him in a crucial spot here, trying to stop the bleeding as the Junior Jays have already put up 4 here in the bottom of the fifth.
0-1 outside for ball 1 there. Kincaid with a little bit of a different delivery than Caden Johnson, who moves from the mound to center field. That pitch runs inside and almost gets Anderson, but instead just goes for ball 2.
Johnson had been having a pretty good day, but here in this bottom half of the fifth, the Junior Jays just really started getting after him.
Anderson gets a hold of one, and he gets it down into left field for a hit. Another run scores as Petro crosses the plate, and the Junior Jays have put up 5 in the fifth to make it 8-1.
And the big part of it is since that sac fly from Braden Cato, it's been 4 2-out runs for the Junior Jays off of a double, triple, and now a single.
Number 13, Evan Thompson.
So Junior Jays with their backs against the wall here in the bottom half of the fifth in terms of inning ending. They've delivered as a lot of runners in scoring position, but they've brought them all home so far.
And in the 9-hole spot of the order, it'll be Evan Thompson stepping into the game as a pinch hitter. Just his 3rd plate appearance of the season. Gets that one into center field for a base hit. First hit of the year for Thompson. And Johnson had some trouble fielding it, which is going. Oh, they do get Anderson over at 3rd. And that will be out number 3.
It's not a forced play. Gets 5 runs.
The Junior Jays put up 5 in the bottom half of the fifth. They lead 8-1 through 5. We'll be back for the 6th here on CPSN. Top half of the 6th inning, Creighton Prep extending their lead from just 2 up to 7 with a 5-run bottom of the 5th inning. Josh Carney back out on the mound for the top half of the 6th.
Leading off the top half of the 6th inning. Number 12.
It'll be McIntyre due up for North Platte. Takes ball 1 up and in. One 0 from Carney gets to the backstop. In the West Side game, the one thing we mentioned with Carney was needed to put the ball in the strike zone, and he did during that West Side game. got 5 strikeouts in just 2 innings of work. He gets that one in the strike zone there. Count goes 2-1 on McIntyre. Puts that one in the zone again, and McIntyre sends it foul into the North Platte bullpen. Two down low for ball 3. Full count pitch, runs inside and hits, and that is the second batter that Kearney has hit so far. And North Platte gets the leadoff man on, bringing up the first baseman, Landon Greeno. Kearney throws a pickoff, but the pinch runner and Thomas Haggart gets back. In addition, Jack Cosgrove no longer at first base for the Junior Jays. Liam Smithberg taking over there. Greeno hits that one in the air, and it's going to be just over Anderson's head for a hit. They will hold Haggart at second, and the Bulldogs have a pair of runners on here in the 6th with nobody out.
Yeah, that one just poked out there into shallow center field. Wasn't much that Anderson could do about that one. He was tailing. It was a very strange bloop single, but first 2 batters of this inning reaching for the Bulldogs.
That pitch outside for ball 1. It's Ty Hanneborg up at the plate for the Bulldogs. Foul tip. And it goes 1-1. Both runners going. Caniglio's throw goes to third. And it almost gets away as Cato corrals it. So both runners move up into scoring position. Kearney sets in 2-1. High for ball 3.
Still no one out there in the Junior J bullpen, but if this becomes a bases-loaded situation with no one out for Kearney, don't be surprised if you see an arm get thrown out there in the bullpen.
3-1 check swing foul ball. Believe that hit off of the umpire.
And clipped the home plate umpire. I mean, he's shaken up.
That was Henry Ortner, our fellow senior, out to check on him.
It's actually his birthday today, so
Yeah.
shout out our good buddy Henry as he checks up on our home plate umpire, who seems to be good to go now.
Three-two from Kearney, swung on and missed. He gets a big first out as he strikes out Hanneborg to get that first one down.
That's a big strikeout there for Kearney. Not only does it limit and eliminate what would have been a bases loaded situation with no one out, it does get the first out of the inning. It also helps with the mental game. Really able to bounce back there on that batter. So that's big for Kearney. I expect to see him be a little more aggressive here as he faces Logan Hayes.
Hayes fouls that one back. So a quick update, Creighton Prep Soccer set to get going at Leahy, just starting their game against Westside in the Metro Conference Tournament.
Yeah, we'll keep you guys updated on that one. Just 2 minutes into the first half over there at Leahy. Junior Jays and the Warriors facing off for the second time already.
One fouled back by Hayes, and the count goes to 1-2 against him. One, two. Hayes looks at it for strike three. Back-to-back punch-outs for Josh Kearney, and there are two gone here in the top half of the sixth.
Kearney has really bounced back well in this inning. First two base runners reached, but then back-to-back strikeouts. Really starting to feel himself, but now we'll see a little pitcher's duel here between Kearney and Kincaid.
Kincaid up at the dish. First pitch from Kearney in the zone for strike one.
Junior Jays soccer team, right as we mentioned, I'm on cue. Go up 1-0 already. Just 3 minutes into the first half.
Kearney gets ahead 0-2 on Kincaid. Settling in the 0-2. From Kearney, swung on and missed after he allows two base runners to get into scoring position to start off the inning. Kearney turns around and strikes out three straight to get out of it. A scoreless top of the sixth for the Junior Jays. Righty will be back for the bottom half of the sixth. 8-1 lead for the Junior Jays here on CPSN. Back here, bottom half of the sixth inning, Creighton Prep leading 8-1 with the top of the order. Coming up, Logan Birchfield, who is 1 for 3 today, steps up to the dish for the first time against Jacob Kincaid. First game of a doubleheader here at Jurgensen. And the first pitch to Birchfield up high for ball one.
Jack was still here. He'd probably say something about how he mentioned it early on. Beautiful day for baseball. Why not play two? So we're going to do exactly that.
It's a beautiful day for baseball. Freshman team practicing, so Jack had to go with them. But
He'll be at a fish fry later as well.
It's true.
I believe the last Friday of Lent. Well,
Yep.
second to last Friday of Lent.
Yep. Next Friday, Good Friday.
Good Friday, next Friday, yeah. Last like traditional Friday of Lent, I would say. Woo.
That one goes behind Birchfield. Thank you to Jack for being on with us.
Bringing the charisma as always.
Revealing who his senior assassin target was. Birchfield will beat out an infield single as Stifler couldn't get him over there, and the Junior Jays have the leadoff man on.
That right there is exactly why Logan Birchfield is this team's leadoff guy. He's so fast, so much speed. As that was a dribbler to third, but he was able to beat it out with his legs. But Junior Jays 10 hits on the day. So it's really been good to see this offense start to get things going.
Charlie Ziola steps up to the plate. 2 for 2 with a pair of singles in a sacrifice bunt. He shows bunt again. Birchfield taking off, and he will steal second. And the Junior Jays leader in stolen bases this year with 5 heading into this game gets number 6 to get into scoring position.
This is the third inning in a row now that the Junior Jays have put the leadoff man in scoring position, and it's worked out. 6 combined runs over the last 2 innings, including 5 in the bottom of the 5th, but they would love to add to that.
Ziola was showing bunt again, but instead takes that one for ball 2.
As I believe the Warriors have just tied things up 1-1, so a lot of fireworks there early over there at Leahy.
Ziola makes contact on a bunt and sends it foul. Count now 2-1. He will take ball 3 outside. Ziola hits it in the air. That is a pop-up. Hayes drifting under it. He makes the catch out in shallow left field. Birchfield retreats back to second, and there is one gone here in the bottom half of the 6th.
Center plate catcher, Tony Caniglio.
Tony Caniglio now up at the plate. 0 for 2, reached on a hit by pitch in his last at bat back in the 5th. Junior Jays batted around in the bottom half of the 5th inning.
So when I said fireworks at Leahy, I wasn't lying. 30 seconds later, it is now 2-1. I'm calling both games.
Okay, Mike.
It's a long day. It's a long day of baseball. We said we were going to bring the goofy energy eventually.
We definitely have so far. It's 8-1 Junior Jays here in the bottom of the 6th. Caniglio up at the plate. Birchfield taking off. That will be another stolen base. The throw by McIntyre hit off of the bat of Caniglio.
Yeah, Caniglio did exactly what you're supposed to do as the batter when someone's stealing third, and that's just stay completely put. If you don't move at all, then anything that happens with the ball and the catcher can't be blamed on you. And that's exactly what he did there.
Foul ball there from Caniglio. Count now 2-1. He looks at strike 2 there. Two in the dirt, gets to the backstop. Birchfield will trot on home for the 9th run of the ball game for the Junior Jays. Now an 8-run lead late in this one. Caniglio will get hit by another one.
Yeah, he gets hit again.
That is the second time he's been hit. That is the
Pinch hitter, number 17, John Lysick.
4th hit by pitch between these two teams within the last 2 innings.
And now we'll have a pinch hitter in John Lysick coming to play. He does represent the winning run.
Yeah, mercy rule in Class A, 10 runs after the 5th inning. Pinch, the courtesy runner, Ben Marquis, taking off, and the throw by McIntyre high and gets into center field, so Marquis steals second and then moves up to third on another error.
Yeah, that's now 4 for both sides. We mentioned the sloppy defense, but that has really continued throughout this game. Something that both teams are definitely going to want to clean up come game 2.
A little bit of deja vu for Marquis, who went from first to third on an error on a pickoff back in the bottom of the 5th. Lysick swung and missed at the 0-1. Count goes 0-2 on him. Makes contact on that one, but not great contact as Kincaid gathers it and fires to Greeno over at first for out number 2.
It looked like the kind of situation where you go for a check swing and you accidentally make contact.
First baseman.
So a little unfortunate there for Lysick, as it ends up being the second out of the inning and Marquis unable to move up.
So now filling Jack Cosgrove's spot in the order will be Liam Smithberg, who takes ball 1. Jack Cosgrove, as we mentioned, a fellow J-Journal member of ours, was one of the main photographers for the hockey games, and Liam Smithberg was one of the main guys that he got some good photos of, as he was one of the star players for that hockey team. He reaches on a hit by pitch.
Yeah, they're going to come talk to Kincaid, as he's really starting to have what seems to be a control issue.
Yeah, mound meeting with the sophomore righty, and his day will be done. And they will bring in Jacoby Silos, a freshman, here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th. Junior Jays lead 9-1. Will be back momentarily here at Jurgensen. bottom 6, Cal Anthony up at the plate. He's gotten an extra base hit each of his last 2 times up. And in a situation like this, an extra base hit might be the game. He hits that one out into center, but Johnson will be under it for out number 3. And Jacoby Silos, we didn't even get a chance to introduce him, and he gets the out on the first pitch he throws in the bottom of the 6th. We'll be back for the top of the 7th. Junior Jays lead 9-1 here on CPSN. Back here, top 7, Junior Jays lead 9-1. Josh Carney still on the mound. 1 2/3 innings so far for him. Struck out 4 to this point. He struck out 9 over his last 3 2/3. And he gets strike 1 to the 8-hole hitter in Cade Songster, who looks at that one inside for ball 1. Songsters came up twice. He singled and got caught stealing his first time, and then his second time up reached on a strikeout wild pitch and then got thrown out trying to score on another ball at the backstop. He grounds out that time to Smithburg over at first, and that is out number 1.
So it will be, I believe that Goobles will be in line for the win. And if I'm not mistaken, Carney should be in line for the save. So Junior Jays 2 outs away from taking game 1 of this doubleheader.
Pinch hitter for North Platte will be the senior Brody Pittner, who takes ball 1 up and in. Pittner hitting .364 in 11 at-bats so far this season. Takes strike 1 from Carney.
I'm getting a new phone in the morning, all right? I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I will be at the front of the store.
Swing and a miss from Pittner. Count goes 1-2. That is strike 3 in there from Carney. Gets his 5th punch out of this outing. And there are 2 gone here in the top of the 7th. Junior Jays 1 out away from winning the front half of this doubleheader. Jackson Peters up at the plate. 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. He is the last hope for the Bulldogs here in this one. Takes ball 1 from Carney.
And the Junior J offense with 7 runs in the 4th, 5th, and 6th combined really pulled away late in this one, made it so that their pitching felt a lot more comfortable, and it seems like that's been the case. But they've pulled away in this one. And as you mentioned, 1 out away from snatching game one.
Kearney gets a strike across to Peters.
Even back, and I believe, was it the top of the 6th when the bases were almost loaded? 2 runners in scoring position with no one out for Kearney, but he didn't even bat an eye. And he was able to get out of it. He really seemed to keep his composure, and once he got the first out, was able to shut things down from there.
And he gets Peters looking to end this ball game. Junior Jays get their 5th win of the year in the first game of this doubleheader. We'll be back for the second game of the doubleheader shortly, but in this one, Creighton Prep led 2-1 heading into the bottom of the 4th, got a run in the bottom of the 4th to make it 3-1, then scored 5 in the bottom of the 5th and added another in the 6th. And they secure a 9-1 victory. The win will be given to Oliver Goebbels. Loss to Caden Johnson and a save for Josh Kearney as he gets the final 8 outs of this ball game, including striking out 6. And a win for the Junior Jays starts off this doubleheader well for them. We'll be back for game 2 shortly. Creighton Prep wins 9-1 in the first game of this doubleheader here on CPSN. We welcome you back for the back half of this doubleheader between the Creighton Prep Junior Jays and the North Platte Bulldogs. Creighton Prep won the first game of this doubleheader 9-1 earlier today. And now back for the second game. They'll look to secure a doubleheader sweep and improve to 6-7 on the season. In order to do so, they will need a strong performance from their starter, Braden Cato, who gets the ball for his fourth appearance of the year. The Nebraska commit has been strong at the plate so far this season. He leads the team in RBI and had 2 of them in the first game. Struggled a little bit on the mound at points this season. He'll look to put together a strong performance today. Leadoff man Caden Johnson up at the dish, fouls that one back. Count remains 0-2. Colton Alder alongside Mike Knockenhauer here for game number 2. The 0-2 in there, and a first batter strikeout from Cato, and there is one gone here in the top half of the first.
Perfect way to start things out there for Cato. Setting the tone here early. 4-pitch strikeout to start things off. Can't complain about that anyway.
Just a little bit high to the second baseman, Ty Hainborg. Takes ball 2 there, and Cato falling behind early. But he gets a strike. Foul ball, count goes 2-2. Two on the ground, a bit of a half swing, but could beat it out. Long throw from Petro in time to get him. Was a difficult play over there at third for Petro, who starting over there today for Cato on the mound, who is their usual starting third baseman, but he makes the throw in time for the out. Now Cato will face his opposing starting pitcher, Landon Greeno, who hit cleanup in the first game.
Ooh.
He got hit there.
That was a loud pop whenever that one hit Greeno. So going to probably check on him. As you mentioned, there's Greeno, starting pitcher for the Bulldogs. He will get courtesy ran for. But scary moment here early in this one already.
Greeno courtesy ran for by Tyler Townsend over there at first. Greeno, the starter for this North Platte team today. It was scary, but able to walk off on his own power and should hopefully be all right. Now back to the action. Cato's first pitch to McIntyre is swung on and missed, and that is strike 1. High for ball 1 is Bo Reverts starting at catcher in the second game. Tony Caniglio, who started at catcher in the first game, will DH. here for game number 2. Cato's 1-1 outside for ball 2. This North Platte team very aggressive on the base paths. On 2-1. Seemingly a good count to run, but they don't. Pitch taken for ball 3, and now Cato will have to put one in the zone.
Yeah, these Junior Jays being very cautious on the base paths of these Bulldog runners. Lots of stolen bases. I believe you say over. What was the number you said earlier? You said it.
They had 82 stolen bases in
Some-
their first
some
10
ridiculous
games of
number.
the year.
8 stolen bases a game. So they've been really cautious. A lot of pickoff attempts here between these 2 games, and it looks like that will continue. But Cato working his way back into a count.
Count 3-2. On a 3-2 count, Townsend will most certainly be running. 3-2 from Cato in there for a called strike 3. A scoreless top of the first. Only batter reaching on a hit by pitch. And Cato gets the Junior Jays a clean top of the first inning. We'll be back for the bottom half here on CPSN. Back here for the bottom half of the first. Creighton Prep looking to get on the board here quickly. They will have to do so against Landon Greeno, who gets the start in the second game of this doubleheader. Was hit by a pitch in the top half of the first. Appears to be doing all right. Good sign there. Now on the mound, his first pitch to Logan Birchfield is a called strike 1. Greeno on the year, making his 5th appearance. Ground ball to second. Hainborg couldn't quite field it, and then some issues fielding it out and right. And Birchfield ends up at second.
That's just some smart baseball there from Birchfield. Shoots a laser past the second baseman, and then the right fielder had a little bit of trouble with it. And Birchfield saw that, recognized it, and made no hesitation, rounding first and up to second. So leadoff man aboard, already in scoring position for the Junior Jays, trying to pick up right where they left off.
Believe that will be ruled a double as opposed to a single and an error. First pitch to Charlie Ziola taken for strike one. He was showing bunt, decided to pull back, but gets called a strike regardless.
That will go as a double for Birchfield.
Ziola showing bunt again, gets his bat on it. A bit of issue fielding that. A miscommunication over there. Believe Jacoby Silos, the third baseman, who pitched a little bit in the first game, thought that Greeno was going to field it and then throw over to him at third, while Greeno thought that Silos was going to field it. And that miscommunication results in both Birchfield being able to move up to third and Ziola getting on with an infield single. And now runners on the corners for Tony Caniglio, who started at catcher in the first game and will DH in this one. He swings and fouls that one back. Greeno starts him 0-1.
Yeah, both these teams had 4 errors in the first game. No errors so far in this one for the Bulldogs, but a lot of miscommunication and a lot of little mistakes that the Junior Jays have been able to capitalize on here so far.
Caniglio will foul that one back. That one up high for ball one. Pick off over at first. Ziola will get back.
The Junior Jays going to have to adjust from the first game. Greeno is a lefty, so runners over at first are going to have to be a lot more cautious with their leads.
1-2 breaking ball swung on and missed by Caniglio, and a big punch out for Greeno, and that results in out number 1. Double play would end the inning, but Jack Cosgrove, a threat to hit the ball deep. A pair of home runs so far this season. He went 0 for 2 with a walk in the first game before getting pinch hit for by Liam Smithberg late in that one. Now Cosgrove back up, runners on the corners here. Gets his bat on it, hit it hard down the third base line, but it goes foul in the count, 0-2 against him.
That one goes just foul. But if that would have gotten down fair, it might have been an opening of the floodgates for the Junior J base runners. Obviously, Birchfield there at third would have scored easily, but Ziola with plenty of speed over there at first. Bulldogs are going to stay cautious.
Cosgrove swings and misses on a high pitch from Greeno, and back-to-back punch-outs for the North Platte lefty. Gets the first 2 outs of the inning, and now still with runners on the corners, Cal Anthony will step up to the plate for the Junior Jays.
Yeah, Greeno has responded very well. 1-2 hitters for the Junior Jays, both reached, but punches out both Caniglio and then Cosgrove. Both runners stay where they are at the corners, and now 2 away. Opportunity to get out of it here with no damage.
Greeno throws a pickoff to first. Now it's Ziola getting caught in a pickle. Birchfield will score as the play works to perfection for the Junior Jays. Ziola out on the base paths, but the Junior Jays do get a run. Some smart base running there from Creighton Prep, and they lead 1-0 through 1. We'll be back for the top of the second here on CPSN. back here for the top half of the second. Creighton Prep leads 1-0 here on the diamond. Out on the soccer pitch, Jordan Nguyenma has scored 4 goals against Westside in the Metro tournament, and the Junior Jays currently lead that game 4-1. If they win, they will advance to play again tomorrow. We'll give you the coverage of that, assuming this lead holds.
I'll make that 5-1. Dowd putting the Junior Jays up by 4 now. It was 1-0 to start things off, but 4 unanswered from the Junior Jays. And this team is playing probably the best soccer in the state. Obviously, they dropped the game to Millard North, who's now the 1 seed in the Metro tournament. But Junior Jays looking hungry for a rematch. Very possible that they match up with the Mustangs in the Metro Championship, but quarterfinals here today, semifinals tomorrow, and then the finals at Omaha South on Monday. It'll be either Millard West or Elkhorn South tomorrow, I believe, for the Junior Jays. Assuming, as you said, if this lead holds, still 28 minutes and counting left in that one, but over here at the Diamond, got ourselves a 1-0 game.
Logan Hayes draws a 7-pitch walk to open off the top half of the second. It'll be Jackson Peters, who had a rough opening game. He led off for the Bulldogs and went 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts, looking for some better luck against Cato this time around in game number 2. A pickoff throw over to first, and Hayes will get back. Hayes entering this doubleheader has 9 stolen bases, and he is somehow the 4th most prolific base stealer on the team. He takes off, and the throw by Reverts gets into center field. Junior Jays corral it quickly enough to where he can't move up anymore, but a stolen base for Hayes makes him the 4th Bulldog player with 10 or more steals this year.
That is crazy, given the fact that they're only 12 games in.
Peters puts that ball in play, and it goes into right field for a base hit. Throw to the plate by Anthony, cut off by Cosgrove, and Hayes will score. Bulldogs tie it 1-1 here in the top of the second. Still no outs in the inning as well. It was a quick start for North Platte.
That's just good baseball there from Peters. Sneaks it just under the glove of the diving Cosgrove. And the Bulldogs respond really quickly to that Junior J run in the first, and they tie things up here in the top of the second.
Cato threw a pickoff over to first, but Peters, who has 14 steals this year, gets back. And they are being very careful with him over at first. Him and Caden Johnson have a combined 29 to this point in the season. Cato's first pitch to Songster is taken for strike 1. Cade Songster, the freshman, hitting 6th in this one after hitting 8th in the first game, getting the start at DH. Has only seen 1 pitch so far in this at-bat due to all those pickoffs from Cato. But now, as he fouls back, pitch number 2, Cato has him 0-2. The 0-2. Songster puts it in play Birchfield steps on second, fires to first in time, and a double play. Some strong defense from Logan Birchfield over at short, the usual starting second baseman getting the start at shortstop in this second game. And he delivers some strong defense there for the first 2 outs.
Yeah, it was a very simple but very effective double play there for Birchfield. It was a grounder that pulled him perfectly right to the bag at second. All he had to do was step on and fire over to first. But some great defense there from the senior. Usually is at shortstop, or usually is at second, but here for this second game's over at shortstop, but it's making his presence felt. And now Cato quickly just 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning with no more damage.
The 0-2. Taken for ball 1. The count goes to 1-2. That went outside for ball 2. That's taken for a called strike 3. Cato gets out of the inning. North Platte plates the first run of the game for them, but Junior Jays leave it still tied heading into the bottom of the second. We're all equal at 1-1 here at Jurgensen. We'll be right back. Back here for the bottom half of the second inning. Junior Jays plated a run in the bottom of the first, but North Platte equaling the score in the top of the second. Cal Anthony showing bunt to open off this inning. He gets it down, but it will roll foul. It'll be Anthony Reverts and Petro due up for the Junior Jays.
Interesting decision there from Anthony to start this off, trying to catch the Bulldogs napping, as it seemed.
And interestingly enough, this shift leaves a wide open area for Anthony. They have the third baseman playing pretty much down the line, and then the shortstop is lined up on the right side of the second base bag, so a pretty big opening for Anthony to hit the ball in. He ends up pulling it, and it goes down for a hit regardless.
Yeah, that'll work for Anthony if you're the Junior Jays. I mean, he hits somewhat into the shift, but it didn't matter as it went to the gap there and right. But another leadoff base runner for the Junior Jays. It's really, over these last few innings between these two games, it's been something they've been able to do a lot consistently, and it has paid dividends as they look to try and recapture the lead here in the bottom of the third.
Bo Reverts up at the plate, getting the start at catcher today with Caniglio DHing, and he takes strike 1.
Junior Jays continuing their run up at Leahy, make it 6-1. Game was tied in the first 5 minutes, but since then, this team, when they get angry, they play some scary soccer.
A stolen base from Anthony there. Almost was able to move up to third, but I believe the ball hit off of the umpire. And now the 2-0 to Reverts. He hits it up the middle for a base hit. Anthony will head home easily. Reverts trying to sneak up to second. Heads up base running by Bo Reverts. And that is an RBI hustle double that makes this a 2-1 game.
That is some great baseball there from Reverts. He poked it right through the gap there up the middle. And then both the center fielder and right fielder were lackadaisical getting to that ball. And Reverts recognized that. Started flying around first and right there with the hustle double, as you mentioned. Junior Jays answering quickly here, and they're threatening to add more.
North Platte shifted in like they're expecting a bunt from Max Petro. Greeno throwing a pickoff over to second. Courtesy runner Quinn Peterson gets back. Petro will show bunt, but he pulls back and takes ball one. So the Junior Jays, after that RBI double from Reverts, have now scored in their last 5 half innings offensively, dating back to the first game of that doubleheader. Petro lays down a bunt over to third. Throw over to first is in time. A sacrifice bunt by Petro moves Peterson up to third. It was Silos that made the throw down there, and Ty Hainborg, the second baseman, covering over at first with Cade Freeze shifted in. Makes the play for the out. Now up at the plate will be Teddy Stratman, who started the last game out in center field before being pinch hit for by Evan Thompson as the game started to get out of hand. And now, with one out, infield shifted in on Stratman. The 0-1 from Greeno, a couple birds flying behind him. Might have threw him off a little bit on that pitch as it ran inside and almost got Stratman. Instead, he takes it for ball one. Greeno looking to settle back in. The 1-1 fouled back by Stratman. And the count goes 1-2. Stratman didn't get a hit in the opening game, but hit the ball well both of his at-bats. Got a little bit unlucky on a line drive out to left and a fly out to center. He fouled that last pitch back to keep the count 1-2. This pitch number 5 from Greeno runs inside and it hits Stratman. And it will be runners on the corners as Stratman gets on. Now Ben Marquis, the second baseman who had an eventful first game, courtesy running multiple times for the catcher Tony Caniglio, steps up to the plate here playing second as the usual second baseman Logan Birchfield plays short. First pitch to Marquis, taken for strike one. In the last game, Marquis courtesy ran in the 5th, moved from first to third on a throwing error on a pickoff attempt, and later came in to score. And now Stratman taking off. He's going to advance to second on a stolen base on a pickoff attempt. Just some more heads-up base running from the Junior Jays, and that also takes a double play off the table, even if it would have been difficult with Marquis' speed regardless. Now the infield shifts in on him. Marquis gets his bat on it. It's popped up. Cade Freeze underneath it in foul territory, and he makes the catch. That will be out number 2 for Greeno here in the 2nd. That'll bring up Logan Birchfield to the plate. Greeno's first pitch high for ball 1. In the dirt and covered up by McIntyre. Count goes 2-0 against the Junior Jays leadoff man. Birchfield has a chance to do some damage here with a pair of speedy base runners in Peterson and Stratman in scoring position. Got a lot of open space in the middle of the field. Gets his bat on it, hits it down the third base line. It's going to be a fair ball.
Oh, that's on the line.
They call it a foul ball. It appeared to be fair from our vantage point, but it's ruled foul, and Birchfield will head back into the box. That would have scored 2 and potentially been extra bases, but instead steps back in the box, hits it over to first. Freeze has some trouble fielding it, can't corral it. Stratman heading home for the 2nd run as Peterson had already scored. Stratman follows in right after him, and the Junior Jays do get those 2 runs in regardless. And it's 4-1. It's a 2-run score on what will be ruled an error on the part of Freeze over there at first. Birchfield was running. Ziola hits it in the air. Drifting after it. It's going to fall for a hit. Birchfield holds it third. Ziola trying to move up to second. He'll get there. Birchfield's trying to score, and he is safe. Junior Jays add another run on some heads-up base running yet again. And this is now a 5-1 ball game.
That was a very interesting play. The third baseman started running towards left field, immediately miscalculated it, and it falls for a hit. And then Birchfield able to score all the way from first. Some heads-up base running there from the Junior Jays. And 4 here in the bottom of the 2nd makes this a 5-1 game.
That would have been an extremely difficult play for both Silos and Peters regardless. But some more heads-up base running as that will be an RBI double for Ziola. And Tony Caniglio now up at the plate, swings and misses, count goes to 0-2. A 4-run inning so far for the Junior Jays, as this game was tied heading into the bottom half of the second, and now they will enter the top of the third with at least a 4-run lead, but the threat not out of the way yet. The 1-2 from Greeno. High for ball 2. Caniglio, the 8th Junior J hitter to come up this inning. The potential 9th on deck in Jack Cosgrove. Greeno steps off of the mound. Gets set the 2-2. High for ball 3, and now a full count to Caniglio. (3-2) from Greeno. Runs behind Caniglio. That was almost the 3rd hit by pitch he's drawn so far today. But it just misses him, and he takes his base regardless because that was ball 4. And the Junior Jays keep the inning alive. The 9th prep batter to step up to the dish this inning will be Jack Cosgrove.
Yeah, Cal Anthony led off this inning. He's standing in the on-deck circle. But back to Caniglio. He seemed to be a magnet here today. As you mentioned, almost the 3rd hit by pitch here between these two games.
Cosgrove ropes that one foul. Count goes to 0-2. Cosgrove struck out his first time with 2 runners on in the bottom half of the first inning. Looking to do some damage here. Got a pretty open right side of the infield. A pickoff throw over to second, but Ziola will get back. He was getting a pretty big lead out there, so not a bad move from Greeno to keep him in check. He sets back in for his 0-2 to Cosgrove, up and away for ball 1. Greeno threw just 11 pitches in the first, 30 so far in the second, and number 31 gets him out of it, his second time striking out Cosgrove so far today, but he gives up 4 as the Junior Jays getting some big runs here in the bottom half of the second. We'll be back for the top of the third here on CPSN. 5-1 lead for the Junior Jays. back for the top half of the third inning. Jacoby Silos leading off for the Bulldogs, hitting in the 9-hole spot of the order. Braden Cato comes back out onto the mound with a 4-run advantage that he did not have when he left the mound in the top of the second. Junior Jays plating 4 in the bottom half.
Yeah, Cato coming back out with a lead now. Obviously had the 1-0 lead when he came out for the second. And then the Bulldogs were able to equalize the Junior Jays, but still early in this one. Can't get too comfortable, but definitely feeling probably a lot less feeling of pressure for Cato, as he's got a more comfortable 5-1 lead.
And Cato starting off strong against the 9-hole hitter in Silos. And the freshman third baseman strikes out swinging at a high fastball, and Cato gets the first out of the third.
Yeah, that's promising to see for the Junior Jays, as Cato, after giving up that run in the top of the second, comes out firing. He sits down the leadoff man for the Bulldogs from the 4 pitches. But he definitely seems to be a lot more loose, a lot more comfortable. It's good to see for the Junior Jays.
Gets that one in there, and Johnson fouls it off of himself. That makes it 1-1. One just barely misses for ball 2. Cato sets in. That one goes for strike 2. And then that one clips the zone for strike 3. Back-to-back punch-outs to open off the top half of the third for Cato, dating back to the top of the second. That is his 3rd straight. And there are 2 gone here in the third. Ty Hainborg swings and misses at the first pitch.
Cato really in a groove now.
That's high for ball 1. That was a filthy offering from Cato that clips the strike zone to make it 1-2. Hainborg ducking out of the way of that one, thinking it was going to go up and in and hit him. But instead it drops back into the strike zone. Then Cato spikes a heater in the dirt for ball 2.
We do have a final over at Leahy. Junior Jays finishing off the Warriors' 5 unanswered goals to win it 6-1.
And Cato strikes out the side as he gets Hainborg looking for strike 3. 6 strikeouts already for the Junior Jays righty. We'll be back for the bottom of the third here on CPSN. Bottom three here at Jurgensen. Junior Jays lead 5-1 as Cal Anthony will lead off his second consecutive inning. Opened off the bottom of the second with a single. He takes ball one from Landon Greeno to open off this at bat. Anthony has a hit in his last 4 at bats now with that one, as he gets a single, and the Junior Jays get the leadoff man on for the 3rd straight inning to start off this ball game. Bo Reverts, who brought Anthony around to score on a hustle double back in the bottom of the second, will step up yet again. He takes strike one from the North Platte lefty. The wind was blowing a little bit out to start this game, now blowing a little bit in. Anthony gets back over to first. And Anthony had been in a little bit of a slump recently prior to this doubleheader, and then went 0 for 2 in his first 2 plate appearances in the first game, but then a triple and a double in his last 2, and then back-to-back singles to start off this game, putting him back on track. And after he stole a base in the first inning, or in the second inning, excuse me, North Platte will look to hold him. Greeno's pitch in for what, strike 3. There is one gone here in the third. Anthony going. Throw down to second, not in time. And Anthony will get his second stolen base of the game, as the first pitch to Max Petro was up and away for ball 1. That one goes for strike 1. Greeno's pitch high for ball 2. Petro tried to jump out of the way of that one, but it does hit him, and that is the second Junior J batter hit by a pitch so far today. And the first one that got hit by a pitch, Teddy Stratman, stepping back up to the plate for his second at-bat. Stratman showing bunt, but pulls back and takes ball 1. Anthony running again, throw down to third. Not in time. He is safe. And Petro will also scoot up into scoring position. So that is stolen base number 3 for Anthony today.
Yeah, a bit of a double steal there. So now here's a great opportunity for Stratman. Runners in scoring position.
Infield playing in with Stratman at the plate. Anthony entered this game with 3 stolen bases on the season. In the span of just 2 innings, he has doubled that total. Now Stratman with a chance to bring both him and Petro in. Fouls that one back.
Come on, pick him up.
And with the force play out of the question with first base open, it's a spot where you have to put the ball in play. Stratman fouls that one back. He's working a strong at bat here. Pitch number 6. Stratman puts it in play. Greeno can't cleanly field it. And North Platte is not going to get anybody out. Anthony scores. Petro moves over to third. And Stratman will reach first.
Yeah, these Junior Jays, they've been doing exactly what every single coach will tell you growing up, and that's just put the ball in play, make the defense make plays. They've been overwhelming the Bulldogs with contact all over the field. There, it eats them up once again, and the Junior Jays able to bring home another run. And still only 1 out remains here in this 3rd inning.
Stratman a threat to steal as he got one in the 2nd. And accordingly, North Platte throws a pickoff over to first. Ben Marquis up at the plate. Greeno throws another pickoff. Stratman running. That's the same thing he did in the 2nd. The throw over to second gets away, and Petro scores. So a stolen base for Stratman, and then Petro will score on a throwing error by the first baseman, Cade Freeze.
Yep, Stratman, dude is so quick. Wouldn't have mattered if the throw was online. He was going to be there in plenty of time. But the run comes in to score, make it 7-1.
Ben Marquis takes ball 1. And on that ground ball from Stratman, they will rule that a single.
Yeah, there wasn't really any bobbling or any sort of error made. It was just that Bulldogs just couldn't get to it quick enough. And by the time they did, Stratman was well on his way to being safe over at first. Just a lot of miscommunication. Bulldogs really seemed to get rattled here on defense here in this 2nd game. Haven't committed any errors, but still a lot of mistakes.
And Stratman with another stolen base. Both him and Cal Anthony have already stolen 3 bags thus far. And another run 90 feet away from scoring. Infield will play in on Marquis. And he gets his bat on it and hits it into right field for a base hit. Stratman will score. And Marquis with an RBI single. That makes it 8-1.
Still no one out there in the Bulldog bullpen. But that's 8 runs on 8 hits now for the Junior Jays. This offense has really woken up. They started to kind of push there towards the end of the 2nd game, scoring the last 3 innings. Now they've scored 1, 4, and 3 here in the first, second, and third innings respectively. And these bats have come alive, especially with a couple of new guys here in this lineup for the second game. They've really just picked up where the first game left off. Been a lot of strong offense here from the Junior Jays. Really promising to see as they are now in full control of this game.
Now with an 8-1 lead, Birchfield steps up to the plate. Marquis running will not be a steal as Birchfield hits it into play, and a throw down from Hayes over to Jacob Kincaid at first results in out number 2.
Still, though, that steal attempt from Marquis ended up being pretty valuable as it takes away the double play as Marquis was already well on his way to second. They couldn't get him over at second. So now he's up into scoring position. He gets moved up. So now Ziola with an opportunity of an RBI. Junior Jays already up 7, but looking for more.
A pickoff, and Marquis will get back. Ziola 2 for 2 with an RBI to this point in the game. And some clever base running on his part resulted in another run scoring in the first. Called strike 1 to Ziola there. Junior Jays have scored at least 1 run in the last 6 innings dating back to game 1. Ziola takes ball 2 up high. Seeing a little bit of movement out in the North Platte bullpen with the DH Cade Songster starting to move a little bit.
Also looks like Easton Giesler out there as well.
Two to Ziola is up high and the count runs full. Evan Thompson on deck, presumably pinch hitting for Tony Caniglio. And Ziola draws a walk, so he doesn't get his 3rd hit of the game, but he does reach for the 3rd straight time. And now, still with 2 outs in the inning, Thompson steps up to the plate with a chance to extend this lead even more with the speedy Marquis in scoring position. Thompson swinging at the first pitch, and he misses it for strike 1. Thompson got his first hit of the season in the opening game of this doubleheader. Pinch hit for Stratman in the 5th and got on with a single. Greeno ahead 0-2 in the count. Another pickoff throw to second, but Marquis will get back. O2 runs inside in the dirt. That goes for ball 1. Neither runner able to advance, although Marquis was thinking about it for a moment. Thompson hits it in the air drifting into left center field. Under it, over there will be Johnson, who makes the catch. North Platte trails 8-1 through 3, but they do get out of the inning. Junior Jays looking strong early on. We'll be back for the top of the 4th here on CPSN. Back here for the top half of the 4th inning. Prep holding a 8-1 lead through 3. Up at the plate for North Platte will be Easton Geisler. The senior pinch hitting here. He swings and misses. Count goes 0-2. Looks at ball 1, low and away. Count goes 1-2. Geisler pinch hitting for the pitcher's spot of Greeno. And he swings and misses. Cato with his 7th punch out of the day. That is his 5th strikeout in a row. And there is one gone here in the top of the 4th. McIntyre hits that ball in the air to left. Rushing after it will be Ziola. That hits off the wall. And McIntyre brings to an end the strikeout streak. And he does it with a 1-out double.
Yeah, good piece of hitting there from McIntyre. Ropes that one down the left field line. Gets all the way to the wall. And it's a stand-up double, as he'll have Brody Pittner come into courtesy run for him.
Now up at the plate will be Logan Hayes, who has worked some long at-bats for the Bulldogs so far today. One-0 from Cato, just misses for ball 2. Hayes drew a 7-pitch walk in the top of the 2nd and came around to score on an RBI single by Jackson Peters. Cato got a strike across there to make it 2-1. And then that one runs up and in for ball 3.
Come on, Bray.
The 3-1 in there for strike 2, and the count runs full.
Cato doing a good job of fighting back in this count. That was a great pitch there on 3-1, catching the outside part of the plate now. He's able to battle back. He's got a payoff pitch coming up.
Full count to Hayes, swung on and missed. Cato has recorded the last 6 outs via the punch out. He has struck out 8, equaling Oliver Goebbels' total from game 1. And now with 2 outs, Jackson Peters, who got an RBI single against Cato his first time, steps up to the plate, makes contact again, and he's got another base hit. Might be 2 RBI singles for him, but they instead choose to hold Pittner at third. So now it's runners on the corners with 2 outs for Cade Songster, freshman who was getting some movement in the bullpen. Appears like Geisler will come in and pitch in the bottom of the 4th instead. But Songster up at the plate takes strike 1 from Cato, who throws a pickoff over to first. And they almost got Peters, but just barely sneaks back in there. Oh, 1 strike 2 from Cato, and 1 strike away from getting out of this frame. Runners on the corners. The 0-2 swung on and missed by Songster. 7 straight outs recorded via the strikeout for Braden Cato. Through the top half of the 4th, it's 8-1 Junior Jays will be back for the bottom half of the 4th here on CPSN.
Welcome you back to Jurgensen. Junior Jays have scored in all 3 innings here so far. They look to continue that here, already up 8-1, and they'll face a new arm for the Bulldogs in Jacoby Silos. He was in the field for the first game, and now he'll be out on the bump. Here in the second game, he'll face Smithburg, who's pinch hitting for Jack Cosgrove once again. He did that in the first game as well. It'll be Smithburg, Anthony, and Reverts as the count starts off 1-1. That one low, 2-1 now. Junior J team, 8 runs on 9 hits so far. They scored in the 4th, 5th, and 6th innings of the first game, and now they've scored in the first, second, and third innings of the second game. Pitching has been very solid. Bulldogs only scoring 2 runs, 1 in each game here so far. And the offense has put up 17 here through about 10 innings of baseball. That one outside, count goes full. Payoff pitch from Silos. This one going to be grounded over to third, and it's going to get through. Now a little bit of trouble getting it in, but it's a leadoff single for Smithburg here in the bottom of the 4th.
Base hit by Smithburg. Brings up the right fielder, Cal Anthony.
That one was hardly chopped over to third, and then as it arrived at third, Todd was unable to come up with it as it just died on the turf. And now Cal Anthony comes to the plate. 2 for 2 on the day so far. He's scored 2 times as well. Silas, pickoff attempt over to first. Junior Jays have been very active on the base paths here this afternoon. Here in this game alone, Stratman and Anthony both with 3 stolen bases as this one's lifted to center. Johnson underneath, he will easily make the grab as Anthony is retired for the first time here in game 2.
Brings up the catcher, Bo Reberts.
Now one away here for the catcher, Bo Reverts. First pitch in there, strike 1. Oh, 1 swung on and missed. Good pitch there from Silos. Pick off over to first. That one low. Reverts lays off, and it's 1-2. Reverts awaiting the 1-2 now. He's going to rope this one to left. Back, trying to make the catch is Peters. He can't. It's over his head. On his way, trying to dig for third is Smithburg. He'll get in there. It's a double for Reverts, moving both runners up into scoring position here with only 1 away in the bottom of the 4th.
Just some good hitting there from Reverts. Gets a pitch that he likes in the zone and just rips it in the left. His second double of the game, and didn't have to run as hard to get that one as he did his first time. And now with Petro up at the plate and 2 in scoring position, this infield will be playing in. Trying to get a play at the plate.
This one down in the dirt. Blocked by McIntyre. Max Petro back up now. He tripled in the first game. Here making his first 2 starts of the year. As he comes up here in the bottom of the 4th, Junior Jays looking to add more. Already up 7, but they'd love to get out of here with a mercy rule if they could and save some of their arms. And they're well on their way to doing that. That one up high, 2-0. This one grounded sharply to short. He's going to try to cut down Smithburg at home, and he does. Good play there from Hayes, as Smithburg was trying to score off the grounder to short, but the 6-2 fielder's choice records the second out of the inning. Now runners at the corners for Teddy Stratman.
That was a situation where it appears like Smithburg was going to be going on contact, and it was pretty easy play from Hayes over there at shortstop. Good throw, enough to get him, and it's a big second out for this Bulldogs team.
So now Stratman coming up. 1 for 1 with 2 runs scored and a RBI. It's also hit by a pitch. This one's in the dirt, well blocked by McIntyre, as Petro moves up to second. But well blocked there from McIntyre. Able to hold the courtesy runner and Peterson over at third. Both runners in scoring position. 1-1 coming. This one outside, ball 2. This one going to hit Stratman. He's hit for the second time today, and that'll load the bases.
That one just runs inside and gets him. It's a painful afternoon for Stratman in terms of him getting hit by pitches, but happy to get on base there and keep this inning going. Now with Marquis up and the bases loaded, a mound meeting for this North Platte team.
So the mound meeting, as you said. Entire infield coming in. Junior Jays have the bases loaded with 2 outs. As the 9-hitter and Marquis will step to the plate. In there for strike 1. Marquis 1 for 2 with an RBI so far, but he'd love to add to that total here with the bases loaded. Right, quickly looks at 2 strikes. 0-2.
Yes, I am, but not yet. Did you need something? No. Oh, okay.
Just give me guff.
0-2 pitch upstairs.
Monday. You guys, I think, are here Monday and Tuesday.
Yep, we'll be here.
Now
All right, see you then.
1-2, just looking to put one in play. Anything on the ground with Marquis' speed could be a threat for a hit.
This one going to be grounded to short. Throw on to first is in time. Side is retired, and the Junior Jays strand 3 as the Bulldogs are able to get out of the bases loaded jam with no damage done, but it remains an 8-1 game. Junior Jays still up 7. We're through 4 here at Jurgensen in Game 2 of this doubleheader. We'll step aside. 5th inning coming up.
back here. Top half of the 5th inning. Tyler Townsend steps up to the plate for the Bulldogs. Braden Cato back out there for his 5th inning of work. Gets a first pitch ground ball that will roll foul. Cato's last 7 outs recorded have been strikeouts. He is 9 through 4 innings. Junior Jays won the first game of this doubleheader 9-1 and currently hold an 8-1 lead in game 2. Cato gets strike 2 across. The 0-2, just outside for ball 1. One, 2, check swing, did not go around. Count goes 2-2. Outside for ball 3. Now Cato sets back in, full count pitch. On the ground, over to second. Marquis has it, fires on a Smithburg in time for out number 1.
Good stuff there from Cato, able to battle through a count. Was worked full after he went up 0-2, but fell back behind. The count went 3-2, but still able to retire the Bulldog hitter. Record the first out here, the 5th. Outside of the 1 run in the 2nd, it's really been a strong afternoon for the Nebraska commit.
After that 1 run in the 2nd, he immediately got a double play ball and then struck the next batter out. Now, turning around in the 5th, 1-2 count now to Jacoby Silos, who pitched the bottom of the 4th, and although he loaded the bases, got out of it without giving up a run. It's a 2-2 count to the opposing pitcher. Cato's pitch swung on and missed. Silos down on strikes. Revert's throw over to first in time for the out. That's 10 strikeouts for Cato, and Coach Mooney immediately rushing out to the mound right after that.
It's a couple arms over in the bullpen. And it looks like that will be the end of the day for him, as guys are going to come out of the dugout, assuming that will be to congratulate Cato as he comes out of the game. And it looks like it'll be John Lysek who will come out in relief after Cato tosses 4 2/3.
Yeah, 4 2/3 stellar innings from Braden Cato. 3 hits, 1 run, 1 walk, 10 strikeouts. And he leaves this game in line for the win. We'll be back here in the top of the 5th. Junior Jays lead 8-1 over North Platte here on CPSN. Back here in the top of the fifth, John Lysick taking the mound for the Junior Jays.
Now batting for the Bulldogs.
Want to get him
Number 2.
some innings late in this one. First pitch to Johnson, fouled back. San Diego commit getting some innings in relief. Struggled with control a little bit early on this season. So, hoping that some innings late in this game will help get him back on track. And that breaking ball on 0-1 was filthy. Back into the zone for strike 2. Now settling back in, that fastball in the zone for strike 3. A quick 3-pitch strikeout for Lysick on the first batter he faces. Could potentially be the last batter he faces depending on how the Junior Jays do in the bottom of the fifth. We'll be back here on CPSN. Prep leads 8-1 entering the bottom of the fifth. Back here for the bottom of the fifth, top of the Junior Jays order due up against Jacoby Silos. Here, Junior Jays lead 8-1. The Birchfield, Ziola, and Thompson due up. First pitch from Silos outside for ball 1. Junior Jays scored in the final 3 innings of the first game and the first 3 innings of this game. The bottom of the fourth, their first scoreless frame since the bottom of the third of the previous game. That one's up in the air, and it'll be caught in center field by Johnson for out number 1. And Bulldogs get the leadoff man out here in the fifth. Charlie Ziola now stepping back up to the plate. He's reached all 3 times in this second game. Takes strike 1 outside. Big hole on the left side of the infield. That one way outside for ball 1. Down low for ball 2. Ziola rips that ball into right, and that's going to drop for a hit. The right fielder diving for it, not able to corral it, and Ziola will be going for 3, and he will be safe by a mile. A 1-out triple for Charlie Ziola, who now has a single, a double, and a triple today. And the Junior Jays get a runner on third with one out in the fifth.
He's probably going to be rooting for the Junior Jays not to end this game with a mercy rule so he can get another chance at the plate. As you mentioned, single, double, triple, homer away from the cycle, which is something you almost never see in high school.
Evan Thompson swings and misses for strike one. Would be difficult to imagine how he would get another chance unless North Platte got some runs in the top of the sixth. But we'll see how that goes down. A great performance from Ziola regardless. Now it's Evan Thompson up at the plate, looking to bring him in. Falls behind 1-2 in the count against Silos. Infield shifted in on Thompson. We've seen that quite a bit from North Platte all day. Thompson gets some solid contact on it. It's into the gap, and that's going to drop for a hit. Ziola scores easily. Thompson will round second and head for third, and he will be safe. Back-to-back triples for the Junior Jays as Evan Thompson brings in the 9th run of the ball game, and the current score equal to what the final score of the first game was, 9-1. And Jacoby Silos' day on the mound at least is done, and Easton Geisler will come in to replace him, it looks like. We will be right back here in the bottom of the fifth. Junior Jays lead 9-1. We'll introduce the new pitcher and see how the rest of this game turns out here on CPSN. Back here, bottom of the fifth inning, Easton Geisler on the mound for the North Platte Bulldogs as his first pitch goes for ball one to Liam Smithberg. Geisler's second pitch goes for ball two. He struggled with control early on this season, and he gets strike one across to Smithberg there. Up high for ball three. Smithberg would represent the winning run, as Class A mercy rule is 10 runs after 5. And Smithberg draws a 5-pitch walk.
Yeah, Junior Jays as mentioned, would most likely like to get out of here without playing any more of their pitchers. But as you mentioned during the break, it would be interesting to see with Lysek getting some more innings, trying to get more comfortable, as we mentioned, struggled to start the year. But this would be a good opportunity for him to try and get a little more comfortable, but might not get that opportunity.
That went outside for ball 1 to Cal Anthony. Anthony swings and misses for strike 1. Anthony with multi-hit games in both ends of this doubleheader. Went 2 for 4 in game 1 and 2 for 3 so far in game 2. Two, 1. Anthony swung on and missed. Count goes 2-2. Two. Anthony hits it down the line, base hit. That will score Thompson. Smithburg will go to third. They're going to hold him there. And the Junior Jays lead 10-1.
And winning run moves up to third.
Winning run 90 feet away as Bo Reverts steps up to the play. Reverts 2 for 3 with a pair of doubles and an RBI. First pitch outside, ball 1. Taken for strike 1 there. The 1-1 swung on and missed by Reverts. Count goes to 1-2. North Platte's infield playing in yet again. Reverts takes it outside for ball 2. Swing and a miss. Reverts goes down on strikes. Geisler gets out number 2. That will bring up Max Petro to the plate with 2 outs. Petro fouls it back. Count goes 0-1. Takes it for strike 2. Petro hits it in the air to center. That will be caught by Johnson out there for out number 3. So this game will go at least one more inning. Junior Jays lead 10-1 through 5. We'll be back for the top of the 6th here on CPSN. here for the top half of the 6th inning. John Lysick back out on the mound for the Junior Jays. Get a 3-pitch strikeout against the first batter he faced in the top half of the 5th to get out of that frame. Junior Jays threatened to win the game via mercy rule in the bottom half of the 5th, but instead lead by 9 heading into the top half of the 6th inning. Lysick back out there, throws a first pitch strike to Ty Hanneborg. Lysick gets a swing and a miss. Count goes 0-2. To Hanneborg, swung on and missed for strike 3. Back-to-back 3-pitch strikeouts for Lysick against the first 2 batters he faces. And that is out number 1 in the 6th.
Yeah, 6 pitches, 6 strikes for John Lysick, 2 strikeouts. Great start to his outing. As you said, in line, playing, getting some valuable innings. And
Lysick quickly gets ahead 0-2 against Easton Geisler. The 0-2 swung on and missed.
This is impressive.
3 straight 3-pitch strikeouts for Lysick. If they were all in the same inning, it'd be called an immaculate inning, but instead it just ends up being non-consecutive. But 3 straight strikeouts to start off his outing. He will face Dean McIntyre, who takes...
And he is human.
First pitch ball. Lysick gets a strike across to make it 1-1. Swing and a miss. Count goes 1-2. Lysick really settling in. 1-2 swung on and missed for strike 3. John Lysick has thrown 13 pitches. He has thrown 12 strikes and gotten 4 strikeouts. We'll be back for the bottom half of the 6th. Junior Jays have a chance to end it. They lead 10-1 with a chance to win here at Jurgensen. bottom 6 here at Jurgensen Creighton Prep, leading by 9 as they hold a 10-1 advantage. If they score even one run this inning, that will end the game via mercy rule. Teddy Stratman leads off the frame by taking ball 1. It'll be Stratman, Marquis, and Birchfield due up in the inning. Stratman takes ball 1. Swinging away and fouls that one back for strike 2. One, two from Easton Geisler in the dirt and got to the backstop. Doesn't impact anything more than that due to no one being on base, but still makes it 2-2. Then that one high for ball 3, a full count to Stratman. Stratman 1 for 1 on the day, has also walked and been hit by a pitch twice. And he takes ball 4 there, so that is his second walk of the game. And the Junior Jays get a runner on to open off the 6th. First pitch to Marquis in there for a strike, throw back down to first, but Stratman will get back. And they're going to call a balk on Geisler, which moves Stratman into scoring position.
Yeah, what it looked like happened there was he came set, and then he turned his shoulders over to look at first, which is something that will get you called for a balk. It was either that or he brought his throwing hand and the glove together, and then he pulled it apart, which could also have gotten him dinged with a balk.
Gets one across for strike 2 there, so the count 1-2 against the 9-hole hitter in Marquis. He takes ball 2 outside. Two. Marquis puts it on the ground to short. Hayes firing across, not in time to get him. So Marquis with an infield single, and Stratman moves up to third on the throw over to first. So now the winning run is 90 feet away, and Logan Birchfield steps up to the plate. And if Birchfield were to get on without bringing in a run, Charlie Ziola would step up to the plate, a home run away from the cycle.
That feels crazy saying that, especially in high school. Obviously, games are shorter, so guys are getting a lot fewer plate appearances. But it would just be unbelievable if he was able to get that done.
As long as Stratman does not come in to score in this at bat, Ziola would get another shot. And Birchfield strikes out swinging for out number 1. And so Ziola will get his chance at the cycle. 3 for 3 with a single, a double, and a triple so far today. Infield playing in. Ziola swinging away, fouls that first pitch back.
You have to imagine he's probably going to be swinging for the fences here.
I mean, no real harm in that with a 9-run lead. Might as well try to achieve something you don't see in high school very often.
You don't see it often regardless.
It's true, already very rare in games that are 9 innings, especially in 7. A very difficult feat to accomplish. And swinging away for it, ends up striking out. So no real harm in that, but does miss out on the opportunity for the cycle. And Evan Thompson comes up to the plate.
Does it count as a walk-off if it's to win via the mercy rule?
I believe it is. You know, 1 runs inside to Evan Thompson. Thompson hit an RBI triple in the 5th and came in to score. Pops that one up foul, and the count goes 1-2. So Geisler is 1 out or 1 strike away from getting out of this inning. And he gets it as Thompson swings and misses, throw over to first in time for the out. So we will play the full 7. After all, here at Jurgensen, Junior Jays do not score in the bottom of the 6th, but back out for the top of the 7th inning. A 10-1 lead for the Junior Jays. We'll be right back here on CPSN. Back here for the top half of the 7th, John Lysick back on the mound for the Junior Jays. Creighton Prep 3 outs away from sweeping a doubleheader versus North Platte. Lysick has struck out the first 4 batters he's faced, throwing strikes on 12 of his first 13 pitches, make it 13 of his first 14 as he gets strike 1 across to Hayes. 0-1 put into play. Birchfield gathers it, throw onto Smithburg. Had to jump forward a little bit, but he makes the play for out number 1. And now they are just 2 outs away from capping off a long day of baseball with a pair of wins. Gets strike 1 across to Jackson Peters. That one goes for ball 1. Inside for ball 2. Two-one. Peters hits it in the air. Drifting up there under it is Smithburg. He makes the catch for out number 2. They're 1 out away from sealing this victory.
Yeah, just 1 out away from completing the sweep. It was a little bit shaky there at the beginning of both of these games. But quickly, this offense came alive. They scored in 6 consecutive innings over the end of game 1 and the start of game 2. But they've really put together some impressive performances. Lots of guys working in to the lineup and the rotation on defense. But now down to 1 more strike, trying to close this one out.
Lysick gets a pair of quick strikes on Cade Songster, the freshman. The 0-2 runs inside and goes for ball 1. Lysick's 1-2. In the air, fouled back yet again. So Songster putting up a little bit of a fight here in what could very well be the final at bat of the day. One, two. Swing and a miss. Lysick gets his 6th punch out of his 7 batters faced, and the Junior Jays win 10-1 in the second game of this doubleheader. They win this doubleheader by a combined score of 19-2 over the 2 games and improved to 6-7 on the season. North Platte falls to 3-9. Is a strong performance by this Junior J team over the doubleheader, and they leave with 2 more wins than they had entering the day. From everyone up here at CPSN, Jason Weist, cameraman, Mike Knockenauer, Jack Moore, I'm Colton Alder, and we will sign off here. Thank you for watching. Creighton Prep wins the first game 9-1 and second game 10-1 here in the doubleheader. Thank you for watching here on CPSN. Great day for the Junior Jays, and they look to carry this into the remainder of the season.